И всем привет, всем здрасте, доброго времени суток. Хотел бы поиграть в одну интересную игру, в одну интересную, в одну необычную, под названием Диско Elysium. Это игра, которая по текстовой составляющей, в общем, делает упор на текст, примерно как Morrowind. И в тексте, в зависимости от выбранных навыков, отображаются мысли героя. Мысли главного героя. Сейчас послушаю, как себя слышно. Так. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. И в тексте, в зависимости от выбранных навыков, отображаются мысли героя. Мысли главного героя. Сейчас послушаю, как себя слышно. Так. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. И в тексте. Так, я повысил уровень микрофона. Пробую еще раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Пробую еще раз. Так, я повысил уровень микрофона. Пробую еще раз. Ну, допустим, вот так вот. Допустим, вот так вот. По уровням в ОБС вроде бы более-менее. Ну что, погнали. Новая игра. Тут есть три профиля. Мыслитель, медиум, спортсмен. Тут у него из параметров есть интеллект, психология, физиология и моторика. Но моторика — это еще и осязание, обоняние. Вот что. Я немного пробовал играть в это и создавал своего. Несколько способов пробовал, но я бы, наверное, вот так вот бы начинал. Интеллект и моторика. Выбрал бы интеллект и моторику. Моторика и интеллект. Или вот так вот. Может быть, вот так вот. Сложно сказать. Сейчас послушаю, как себя слышно снова. Выбрал бы интеллект и моторику. Моторика и интеллект. Так, а микрофон у меня снова шипит. Что-то. Сейчас. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. А как мне общий уровень поднять, интересно? Общий уровень звука. Настройки. Давайте микрофон плюс 1,5 децибела. Звук рабочего минус 3. Попробую вот как-нибудь так сделать. Так, но микрофону не достает все равно. Давайте микрофон я сделаю где-то плюс 5. А звук рабочего стола 0. Попробую так. Раз, два, раз, два, раз, два. Так, я убавил уже там, уже усиление в винте убавил. Сейчас послушаю снова. Стола 0. Попробую так. Раз, два, раз, два, раз, два. Так, я убавил уже там, уже усиление в винте убавил. Сейчас послушаю снова. Можно еще случайно и выбор делать. Так, ну в общем я выбирал пускай так будет. Сейчас послушаю еще с телефона. Так, ну вроде бы все хорошо. И давайте начнем сейчас. А тут еще надо навык выбрать. Выбрать навык. И, допустим, пускай будет энциклопедия. Да. Все, подтвердили. Подтвердили, поехали. Демоны ярости живут в зеркалах. Они здесь как дом, даже в самой прозрачной воде, а прозрачной воде что-то там есть, не успел прочитать.
There is nothing. Only warm
С вашего
primordial
позволения я
blackness.
читать не буду, потому что
Your conscious
сложно.
ferments in it,
Буду
no
пытаться.
larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
С чатом общаться буду, а зачитывать, ну, не знаю. Тут очень много текста, очень. Очень это очень. Больше, чем в муравьине, наверное. Но с чатом я буду голосом, конечно, общаться. Если вы что-то напишете, я поддержу разговор.
Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone. Do you really? You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef? Yes, your one disco mother. There's this giant ball there, and evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large. Infinitesimally small. Vying for resources is just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose. Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago. You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canal motor carriage.
Антон, привет, привет, Антон. Как жизнь? Как погода? Сейчас мы тут собираем вещи главного героя после пьянки.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says whirling in rags on the aluminium keyring. There is a
Танцы в
single key
тряпье.
on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
А это воспроизводится внутренний голос главного героя. Его ощущения, впечатления, там он с вещами разговаривает.
The Whirling in Rags is a hostel cafeteria on the urban coast, frequented by dock workers.
Гостиница с кафетерием. Я зашел в танки. Ну, огнетушитель взял с собой, чтобы не сгорело. Я говорю, я немного поиграл в эту игру.
This fan
Minut
has 2 chain
21.
pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous thick tie, with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Ну, у нас погода, снег растаял. А сейчас снова начал падать. Это как обычно.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities? Virile, uncaring towards the little things? Probably not, no. Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself. Just a vague impression of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vape.
Так, а сейчас, наверное, сейвка будет. Или как его называют. Ай,
A
поехали.
mirror
Нам
hangs
надо
on the
будет
wall,
выбить где-то
covered
8%
in
вероятности.
steam. You cannot see yourself, just the outlines of a man. As you slowly abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You should check yourself for a pulse, because from here you find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry Your Pretty Little Head. Some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness, aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice canema. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Узнали о его выражении лица. Это же так вот, наверное, сделаю.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it.
Так, наверное, еще вот так.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image on film.
Дипть.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image on...
Ну, это надо прямо, чтобы повезло.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. It's too late. Like an image on... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late.
Какое-то время сейчас попытаюсь. А сколько-то
A mirror
попыток еще
hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too
вот эту
late.
сделать. Скорее всего не получится, и я пойду дальше.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, it's too late. like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor...
Неврологическое чудо.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image on...
А мне тогда удалось.
A mirror hangs
Но
on the
когда
bathroom
я
wall.
не
It's too
стримил,
late.
во-первых, и во-вторых, поставил перки на это специально. Но не
A
сразу
mirror
удалось.
hangs on the bathroom wall. It's too late. Like an image
Ну
on
все, я
film.
не буду дальше
The
пробовать.
expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Так, оставить зеркало в покое. Ладно, пошли. Дальше по сюжету. Ну, как по сюжету. Так, ну эта дверь закрыта. Вот это что-то еще.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also... Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
А когда награда ветеранам в танках? Хороший вопрос. В этом году, но когда точно, я так и не понял, если честно. Да я ее особо просто и не жду, награды. Дадут опять какой-нибудь говнотанк. В календаре март 51 года. Вроде вообще в августе давали. В прошлые годы, по-моему, в августе танки давали. Но... Но почему еще не дали, я не знаю.
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, like two baby crocodiles. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be... A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
No. Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding. You've been here for 3 days. Couldn't say. In truth, so.
You have no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something. She nods.
There's a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops. I didn't mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer. Could it be because of the drinking?
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on. This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
В августе давали это день рождения ВГ. Да, это день рождения ВГ. А в ноябре награда ветеранам. Я ее жду, обычно боны насыпали хорошо. Ну, фиг знает. Помню. Хорошо, хорошо. Ну, то ли 1000 давали, то ли 500 давали. По-моему. Но у меня сейчас где-то 7500 бон. Ну, 8-9 будет, значит. Ну, а какая еще? Ну, что-то 6 уровня дадут, 7 уровня дадут, но такое кактусообразное. Ну, если по опыту прошлых лет. Хотя сейчас лес-то как бы заправляет, может дадут нормальное или интересное. По слухам, этот КВ-1 с барабаном. Но извиняюсь, там пушка будет по комфорту что-то наподобие КВ-85 дрына. То есть там сведение что-то 0,5 секунды, точность 0,45-0,47. Но типа с барабаном. Нужно ли оно? Ну, пофаниться можно, а так нет. 4 кабон сыпали. Ну, значит, я не помню. Так.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you said the words a million times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes. The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city. You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol.
Her accent suggests she is not from around here. She's from Aranye, another part of the world.
It's 51. The current century? Centuries don't have numbers. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization. There was the usual ruckus, loud disco music. I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
Oh, that. Yeah, whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
А GTA 5 нет, сейчас нету. А в эту игру играл Миктор. Миктор играл, Миктор прошел, но я прохождение не смотрел у него. Ты наверняка помнишь, можешь написать. Смотрел, не смотрел прохождение. Диско Elysium у Миктора.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time you were, yes, there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church. That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now, it was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. Don't be. I was going out later anyway. It didn't bother me. Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
А, ты тоже не смотрел. Ну, можешь потом глянуть, если хочешь. Название название есть, ну, в названии стрима. Название игры в названии стрима есть. И в описании стрима стоит. Я играю так, ну, для себя, но и пообщаться тоже можно, почему бы нет.
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon there was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it. Glad to have been of assistance.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be through a PA system, by other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad... You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting as stuffed. Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk. A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coast. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used. This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the The small steel tag says as much. The great skua. Stegosaurus skua.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
Тут фильтр сработал на твои сообщения. Ну, показать, конечно, сообщение. Воодушевляется, кажется, для него деликатная тема.
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know...
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is hiding something.
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia. pining for a time before the turn of the...
Hello, sweetie.
Не, ну сейчас у меня стрим по Elysium. Я ж не могу стрим прерывать, я днем катал.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting. Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime? Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Не, друзей теряют в Памелпате.
A colourful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John. The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does. Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocket. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. Just for the record, you look nothing like the man on the document.
Ну да. Памелпати игра такая. Хотя есть еще эти Among Us, или каких там. Among Us, по-моему. Ну там. Инспирер играл в нее, там Левша. Про всякие космические станции, корабли там. Когда-то предатели ищут. И Project Winter еще на ту же тематику.
The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Так, ну что, будем знакомиться с напарником тут.
A bespectacled
в игре.
man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the... As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic...
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the fort.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you...
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here.
На
In full
E3
force,
практически
Have you
700
mapped out the
очков
initial
по АББ
interview?
прошел. 700. А у меня 550 где-то. Ну, значит, ты скилловик, прям красавчик. Я добивал этот, как его, боевой пропуск. Добивал. Ну, где стили там на 13105, там на 60 ТП, что ли, еще на что-то.
Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is, he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation. Yes. They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But if you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. After you, officer.
Я почти все очки в натиске набил. Почти все очки в натиске набил. На Е3 в смысле? В смысле, почти все очки набил на Е3. Ну просто очки натиска набиваются только в натиске же. Почему я не совсем понял смысл? Ну, значит на Е3, наверное. Когда 700 набьют, там ведь насыпят. Если ты перейдешь в следующий дивизион, то да. Я просто не знаю. Если начинается там серебро с 700, например, очков, 700 очков, то да, насыпят там 2D стиль. Хотя подожди, натиск-то закончился уже. Да, арендные танки же у меня из ангара списали. Ну, из 4 там. Балкеры из 4. Они же списали. Так. Управление. Так, страница персонажа. Шкафчик мысли. Карта. Журнал. Так. А в ПП дадут ведь или нет? А в ПП битв блогеров? Дадут или нет? Так, ладно, что-то...
The man with the
Не
unimpressive
совсем
beard
понял, если
notices
честно.
you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
What? I have no idea what that means.
В боевом пропуске. Не, ну смотри, ну боевой пропуск он отдельно, а натиск он отдельно. Хотя в натиске боевой пропуск тоже зарабатывается. Ну, вроде бы так, не знаю. Спроси Пуфа, если хочешь. Пуф ответит. Точно. Я просто пытаюсь додумать, и что-то у меня мысли не идут. Точно. Ладно.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approach.
Mr. Gart.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41... Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporary.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This sounds like something you can use.
You said you just got here. From...
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to...
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't...
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a...
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents Franco Negro, sweeping over the plains and nations of the enemies of mankind. 5th century style. Unified currency and the concept of cool came in their wake. They wore lamella and carried guns.
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this. Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why...
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they, if he doesn't know?
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching. The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone...
Did the debarders themselves tell her this?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real. Oh, excuse me.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency, whatever part of the world you're in right now.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the... Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually, more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130. What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take...
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take... It is.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
Я на елке когда-нибудь научусь играть или нет, бесит. Ну, танк не самый простой. А для меня вообще почему-то ЛТ стали классом непростым, хотя когда я начинал играть, у меня, извиняюсь, на 2 ЛТ 3 отметки. Но почему-то все более сложные для меня классы ЛТ. Я сейчас на Elysium играю в основном. Что-то лис так, ну, неплохая СТшка, и средуха выше, на ней в среднем. Но не имба. Ну, просто такая неплохая. А на ЛТ как-то мне сложно.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
А кайфую на СТ. Ну да, это СТ в основном. Ну, иногда еще какие-нибудь бабахи. Может быть. Так, то есть в игре главный герой живет в каком-то джем-роке. Наверное, надо запомнить.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for...
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? South, maybe, doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Антон, а какие СТ тебе нравятся? На каких ты играешь? Может быть, можешь что-то сказать про них? Что нравится в них, что не нравится?
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your... But dear, you must forgive me. I'm Lena. My husband,
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Купить бабаху и восстановить тесту ЛТ. Ну, давай. Пантера. Рога, персик, ростик. Ну, нормально.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. Oh, my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else you know about our city of splendor? The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there. But now...
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of... Oh dear. And you were doing so well. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a... Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's sweet?
You're a handsome man, but dear, you must forgive. I'm Lena.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. Oh my. You know where we are. That's right. And where is the world? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. The new disco dance. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. Speaking of history, that's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be...
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Так, из десяток объект 140. КС не очень по настроению. Из десяток больше тяжа. А какие тяжи? Ну, 140 неплохой КС. Но на КС-ке геймплей такой отличающийся. Там свои особенности у КС-ки. С этим режимом скоростным, со стабилизацией плохой.
Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try one more time, officer. What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers.
I don't know. Still looks like there's a lot of hustling going on. Maybe she's wrong. Also,
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now...
Где-то десяток. Ну, можешь, конечно, но танк так себе. На сегодняшний день. Поляк 705, супер лошадь по настроению. Ну, поляк. Поляк 705. Не знаю, мне кажется, 705 поинтереснее, чем поляк. Хотя поляка тоже качаю. Ну, как качаю. Чертежами,
Hello,
свободкой. Это так, очень постепенно.
wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer. But dear, you must forget I'm Lena.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. Oh my. That's right. And yes, indeed. Yes, great. See? We're getting something new. Disco dancing. Much has changed. Speaking of history. That's right, dear. How splendid.
Her relief is palpable.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be... Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of...
But they still have cops.
It is quite disappointing, yes. Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of... But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone. A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to... It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary. So someone more educated in sweeping matters.
No, I'm not an...
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local... They didn't identify themselves in any way. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. That's us, the Revachol citizens...
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates with...
That's right. I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a... You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the... That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. It's a part of the world, officer.
Seol is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
A point of pride to him.
Good. Let's change the subject.
The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. The morning light hurts. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
No problem, officer.
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on, somewhere inside. Still no answer. This door can only be opened with a key. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Before you stands a
Да,
motor carriage.
конечно, Антон,
The
доброй ночи.
bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number
Ставь лайк.
57.
Можешь потом посмотреть, если игра тебе интересна.
Vapor emanates from the large engine. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The caprice in the cabin. You are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
Можешь потом у
on hold,
Миктора
pull-out
глянуть.
toolbox under the seat, and the soft
Прохождение
glow
этой
of
игры.
the fuel preheater gauge. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. A metallic drawer slides.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective.
The pry bar feels useful for opening the handles. You can do good work. It's robust. Lets you see things in the dark. The pull-out toolbox.
Я хочу здесь взять инструменты.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help? Of course. What can I help you with? Me?
She hides it well, but behind the sweat and dirt there is something else in her rigid posture.
Is there?
The quickness of the reply certainly does not prove you wrong.
I am pleased to meet you too, officer. Me?
She hides it well, but behind the sweat and dirt there is something.
I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done. Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from...
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up.
Thank you.
Salts? Ammonium salts. Perhaps useful for later.
Ну да.
Of course. Where to? It's there. In the yard.
Even all the way over here, there's a drop of death in the spring air.
What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersect...
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
No problem.
She's very well composed, back straight.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure. Keep them. I have another...
Куда подняться? Вот, всё, вспомнил.
The window stands broken. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression,
Yeah.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening.
Можно свет включить.
The fan stands still. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off. You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Yeah. Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. You're just...
Он вышел на улицу. Он вышел на улицу. Он вышел на улицу, и там свет нормальный был для него, да? А лампочка — это плохо.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with... Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening.
Будем сейчас вкратце идти.
The worker is in a deep slumber. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Why the yelling, man?
Looks like a sow descendant. A lot of sow dock workers around.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer? That's the name of my employer. I work in... How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? Good. Then you understand. For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say. Thank God, no.
worker stares at you. His eyes...
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No X anything. Just quality time. Yeah, what about it? You know, people die here every day. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern? I can tell you that. You heard what I said. Draw your own.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook.
They got it. Majorette's got it. He's guarding the gate. We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down.
Сейчас послушаю, как на стриме звучу. Раз, два, три.
How to negotiate. He's got our back.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down.
Сейчас послушаю, как на стриме звучу.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool. The frequency tableau lights the soft purr of electrical kittens.
This is Precinct 57.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from...
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5.
The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the...
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me! Mac, come here!
What's going on?
super cop here.
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Ten-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for cat.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely...
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat. 10-9, come in, officer. Over. Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message.
Just say you lost your gun. Anything else would only make the situation worse here.
He says he doesn't have...
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my. This isn't really a lot.
Mac can face it, Jack.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. He acknowledges your joke.
Lay off. Lay off. Tell him.
Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received. Hold on.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly,
Why not?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from... You know whom? What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar into this. If...
God, why can't you just mind your own business? She mutters.
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers' union.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the union. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They usually...
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past.
Oh, no.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw you were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you...
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on, the disco things. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skewer thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great... I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in Whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty. Yes, obviously. You were the worst. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. with that song. Then there was your room, your project, an experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me, threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet, the one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember, especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked...
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something. All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy though, before you can blast it. You hear a sigh of relief on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? '57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type. Yes, guess what's yours? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copo type from sorry to anything. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally. Guess. No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, what? Jealous? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copo type from sorry to anything. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Can I help you? Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was...
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
We were sort of hoping there would be a gun, an expensive jewel, or at least a sword in it for you, if you deliver the message. Oh well.
Can I help you? What thing? What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're...
We should find out who this loud faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be...
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. It won't come off. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
The pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then...
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake! You should...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fuck.
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
Alright, entertain the...
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig shit!
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno!
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno...
Don't tell him that!
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage.
Lame!
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno... You're testing Kuno.
Get lost!
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? No, it's not fucking Kuno.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno! He says you climb the ladder up...
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno does... Dunno. Keep that gardener you...
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie Opagite descent. It used...
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just...
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March? Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds. Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's...
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that bullshit at trying to get Kuno hooked on the...
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's got the...
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy.
Bye! Got bugged by the Kuno.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid, just a trash container. Your fingers start to itch just looking at that padlock.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the whirling...
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling and Round.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks.
I thought as much. And
Well, yes, us.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
This trash container is with a well-oiled crack. The lock don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
We should return later, officer. I don't think we were thorough enough. There may be more in...
The trash container the smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see milk, an egg rest with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage. Are these the victim's clothes? The smell is not nearly as bad as the cadaver. The
Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the... Drop them in here, officer. Yes, I think the clothes were taken off to get to that armor he wore, then discarded. They must have stripped him of it fast too, the scavengers, in a matter of days. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty, or empty. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops, the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other...
All right. We should go to guard again and ask if he knows who put clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man, frolicking only in its social sensibility. It's just organic waste, cold and... What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look. The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
The container sounds a muffled gong. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper. Desperate, it's a metaphor for you. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks margin. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstance. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and a...
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly, and something small inside. Light, permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get the plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If the slides snap back into place, it should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. It smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Luke, a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step on you. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small... That's me. Blue eyes. That's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on here in the paleo-mammalian because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Yeah, man. What was that about? There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No.
Yes, they're poor.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leather.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat, the pounding in your...
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of...
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupation.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the permeables, the acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it? Torturing your own nose for no reason is not conducive to case cracking, bud. Your nose is somewhere between grateful and resentful. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into... Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on... What do you mean? Is that all?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense. If the notebook is annual, It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location, and it's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels good. Feels like completion. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from. It's the letter you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper, some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is you don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear, all in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board, arson, petty theft, you don't exactly close them. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of paper without resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural. the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers, without resistance, or the words just, who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, yes. You can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on. Why, yes, your precinct number is. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. I got nothing here either. Logic really isn't the best faculty. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form. True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and smalls. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in. locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would... It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic wonder. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? Not much has changed. Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In '38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers. It takes about half an hour to piece one. It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then, another. Who knows? Those pages are... One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked... Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got to... They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch. Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unconnected, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case file. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it. Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now. The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an
active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run. And it's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest. The man before you is... The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the... These are clearly not boots. They're armor. Possibly part of a large...
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not...
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic. It's all you, baby.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where, under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless and...
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabulary is deemed for a full set about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,000.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
The cadaver slowly twists on the car. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bell worries me.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
I have only a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite...
It doesn't seem familiar from the insides of any radio computer your mind can imagine. The somewhat organic lines remind you of old filament memory units, but not quite. No, you're nowhere near right.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no... These eyes used to be blue, baby blue. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Good. The victim is of Occidental descent. Light brown hair.
When he says Occidental, he means white. Originally from the Occidental subcontinent on Muindi. The corpse looks right through you. The man before you is naked, but his eyes are milk. These eyes use dark brown hair grows on his head. I'm gone.
into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. Because you have. Because you have. Do I remind you of...
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure I got out of that one, Coppellini? Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features, if possible.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears...
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I agree.
His personality is no longer
totally dead. Absolutely.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? The power of your come back later, corpo.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno.
What else can we do?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and
Yes, we do.
He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
Silence, with his elbow, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 times, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle-loader, ascetic, frugal. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches, his finger...
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding.
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The Phalostess was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but...
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the bee.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of under...
Yes, we do. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer. He breathes out.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said. Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 armistice. He then steps back and assumes the Phalostess position, taking aim. The corner...
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls.
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The Phalostess was the...
Kuno could have hit it easy.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. 5. Another standard work boot. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon to...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just... You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? Interesting. Let's name it the odd saw. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for... Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last...
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here...
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. The lieutenant's eyes narrowed.
Either way. What else?
The man before you is naked.
Yes, we do. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping
I would really prefer if there was another way. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a...
Someone else? You mean... Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. Are we in a rush to help them? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. Someone else? Someone already did. You know who came? We did. Because we have made bad life. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to...
But what else can we do? We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me.
Don't be traumatizing here.
I'll die before I squeal. Murder was the case they gave me.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about... You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates. Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about... So yeah, he's the one you wanna talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming in...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information? Yes, pray pardon, sire. Better to let it be. I did not mean to make you paranoid.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing...
Get lost,
Kuno's
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid...
The fuck are you calling a third pig?
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on... Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's got the Kuno!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Help! He's...
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late! No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
No!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend. Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno!
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's the man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fucking... Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
No! You told him about it and now he knows your name!
The city is not fucking lame. You are lame. Kuno's... And fuck you too, putting Kuno on the spot like that. Kuno doesn't need to fucking explain his shit.
Explain himself? As if explaining some kind of work? Some kind of avant-garde work way ahead of its time? You must get to the bottom of this one of these days. Sadly, it's unlikely to happen today.
The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's... Look at him. Kuno kicked that shit in this... Yeah? That shit... You wanna fuck on someone about... Yeah? So yeah, he's the one you wanna...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah? Kuno's doing shit.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Fuck you
He says you're
Oh, the Kuno...
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Your test...
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen! Kuno doesn't care about this small time shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Pig, these are foul. Believe it, you need this.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. They will also make you into an idiot.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig. The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You said...
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in.
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting 2 and 2 together here.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick...
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed?
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet, the lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no?
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in it. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see your face, such as... A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood. Occasionally, as you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a... Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. It's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand he smiles and bangs his leg. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
The winch. Outside. In the backyard. Remember? No? Your fingers do.
Well, if there was a winch, I suppose we could look into...
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would... The trash collection service? CS Municipal.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Yes? Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 100 and... Like what? I was rarely...
The man ponders his cook. He looks up at you, then looks away. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Hello again, sweetie.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white.
Yes, we do. Climb up there and there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
He breathes
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
silence and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090. Then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking... The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls.
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all...
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have...
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit. You've held this, an A9 armistice, before. At some point,
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
the buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Or what? You gonna fuck me? You want or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with your hand numb from the recoil. You look at the body slump down. For a moment, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the Aeros. You could add an ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another. The high arrives with a sharp slap. As you turn around, there is a moment of chill. It's gone, but then it does, and with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave an ace's low hanging.
I knew these guys were
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells.
The stench is getting bad. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. I need a little breather before we do the autopsy. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial
You could ask the gardener for directions.
Yes. And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of... You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous... That machine is a Kvalsund 1028.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to...
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
I was under the impression we are on our way to meet the king of this castle under siege, Evrard, one of the people we're interviewing. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least...
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor. Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his... With great effort, he straightens himself up, with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any... Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then...
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union...
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a... You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district, but poverty...
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory. you is a wall with a mixture of expectation and impatience.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsarag. I'm Everett. I'd offer you my hand.
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized...
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are reasonable. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol citizens...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from us. It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good.
Yes, I know.
With a grin, he points to the checker.
Don't mention it.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to say...
His... rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has moving this container, of course.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move. On second glance, someone has forgotten to
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Coulon, Coal City. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data and the same materials you already went through. The drawer slides. The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing. The drawer slides.
Yes?
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry all the lines on. The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry all the lines. The file cabinet stands steady as. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special. All items on the drawer slides. The bow collector. It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer. The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel, because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with, because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. After rifling the pages with your thumb the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression. But, like the structures of cabinet, only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the debate.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. This section includes. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that. It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the people's. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV. Based on the description in Sapormat, Sport Kanazinski is well into his third decade as president of the SRV. It's quite straightforward. A standard match features one man, or in some cases, woman, according to the SRV's ministry. This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in La Chute. Precisely. For too long, drink has been a scourge to the working class, and President Kanazinski is deeply committed to supplying the people with more wholesome entertainments.
The Samaran People's Republic? No, I should expect not. Why do you ask? You know, not too long ago, I listened to a fascinating radio program. In any event, no, I haven't seen any.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of. It takes a moment, but why they decided to title this one section in Volda. As you leaf through this section, you come across the main feature though. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series. This so-called artist spotlight is really just. You think instead you find where to even start. For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practical. So all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article has two. There's no way those are real names. Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. Under capitalism, thus, the so-called and that precise. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, that's because you have.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind? Well, there you have it. If I had to wait.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of content. Unsurprisingly, you skim. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants. Simply, according to these editorials, there can be no. You flip back to the front of the magazine. An intricate web of blue lines stretch. It almost looks like the electronic patterns inside a ray for you to discover. You've gotten as far. Someone who knows about history could tell you. Gone. For you to discover. Someone who knows about history. It's just a racist mug. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. You're that kind of detective. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Token." The already familiar, the machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air. Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a... The already familiar, the machine swallows your coin and seems it's unclear whether you actually have. Sure, why not? The already familiar, the machine swallows your coin and your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with... This is the night watchman's booth. Then listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit, you need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of you. Have a seat. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia? Mini stroke? Don't think about that. Quick, think about something else. The enormity of the case before you dwarfs the list of side effects. You can't even see the side effect. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and there's sparse It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark.
Why did you take that? Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be...
rusting control panel with several knobs. The words marsh. No screech of metal when you push the button this time. Only silent. The crane does not return. Before you stands a cargo container. Just one.
You do? Because there are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a... We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to interview the union boss.
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Container, I'll turn you nice.
The lyrics to this container song, the accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi.
Container, used to be Walpine. Evra. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers, as the old man whistles.
Bye-bye now. Container.
The lyrics to this, the accent.
Container. Evra. I see you are not a union. I mean, just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountain, it's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yards. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the débardeur. Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red...
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have... Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, yes. Born and raised in Elysium, mister. People say us Ubis are up...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates. Keeping the scabs. We're on a strike.
So no one is
Not everyone is, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do...
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would...
Yes. I'm like Mr. Ebb. Actually...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. Oh, Lizzie. She is a real
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. If me Miss Dr. Lemaitre said...
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork.
Well, thanks a lot. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get... Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Look.
Told you.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost... Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every... It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They... Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that, yes?
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But you got it. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a with great effort, with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois. I'm I'd offer you my...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us...
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's...
Very well, Miss... I too... Should you...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a This should take care... It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's...
Don't mention it.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words when he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant. Before you, with great effort, with a mixture of...
Have a good day, Mr. Dubois. I'm sure I'll be seeing... Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Please, take a seat. Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner. Very well, Mr. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage. Should you find your...
You're no Titan affiliation.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are reasonable. So tell me, how can the head of the Debard...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable.
Oh, by the way, I heard it should be...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You...
Okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as...
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear... The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravity. When he said, "Don't worry," he... Before you, with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome, Mr. I'd offer you my hand.
He looks extreme.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever, forget about that. What's with this?
Please, Mr.
It's nothing. Yes, that's...
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell me, how can the head...
The chair you're sitting...
Oh, by the way, it should be...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money.
Yes, I know, Lon.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least, don't thank him for it.
Okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now,
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its... When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, it's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded. God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about...
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so...
What is this?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something?
Maybe. Before you is with a mixture of expectation and...
Welcome, Miss... I'd offer you my...
He looks extreme.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's...
Please, Mr. Dubois.
It's nothing. Yes.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are So tell me, how can the head...
The chair you're...
this, it should be...
Wow, that's 25 real.
Okay. I respect a man with principles. Now, I'd like to...
His slug-like lips move. The world is swallowed. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I know, it's not like...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You all... Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the Rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when...
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut.
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union. Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to see you soon, dear. Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martin. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like... Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.